I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gloria Henderson. I am a certified massage therapist. I am a life coach. I am an international author and also the founder of I Am Enough Retreat, which is a 501(c) nonprofit organization. And I will be your business moderator for this afternoon. So the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, Australia, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all across the United States. So the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. I had the pleasure of speaking with our first speaker, Dr. Tanya Blackman. She's the founder and the CEO, Conglomerate Empowerment, aka CGE. Dr. Tanya is the founder of the CEO Conglomerate Empowerment, which is she's a global speaker, a professional business consultant, a workshop host, military veteran, and she is a best-selling author. For over a decade, she and her team has helped for-profit and nonprofit complete the steps to apply for and win grants and contracts. She is also the producer of the Mucho Dinero TV show, where she showcases successful business owners from around the globe. And at this moment, we'd like to bring in Dr. Tanya Blackman.
Good morning, Ms. Henderson. Thank you so much for having me here today.
That's right. You are in Vegas. Welcome. So glad to have you. And we look forward to hearing your speech. And genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Ms. Henderson for sharing my bio. And I want to give a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Kelly and his team for allowing me to be a part of the Black Business Expo USA stage today. Whoop, whoop. I am so honored to be on the stage with such talented, distinguished guests from around the globe. And to all the speakers, I want to thank you for your contributions and your expertise. Once again, my name is Dr. Tanya, hailing from Las Vegas. I'm a business consultant and also a business developer, a business coach. And what I do is I help frustrated military wives and business owners build money-grabbing strategies so they can create positive money stories and build financial independent lifestyles. My passion is to help people manifest their wealth, their true wealth. And my expertise is in helping nonprofits and for-profits get in place to apply and win state and federal contracts and grants. And I also help nonprofits apply for corporate funds. So today, will you allow me to be your business mentor for a few moments? Oprah Winfrey mentor was and is Maya Angelou. My mentor was and is my mom, Laretha Williams. May she rest in peace in heaven. I watched my mom turn a $2,500 credit card debt into $300,000 in sales in record time in one of her businesses. Now, although I've earned a doctoral degree in international business, and I also have an MBA, but it was my mom, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother that really taught me how to build, run, and manage a team. My mom owns 2 successful businesses. My grandparents had catering and cleaning businesses. My first employer was my family, and I'm proud to be from a small southern town in South Carolina. Today's topic is going to be on secure your own bag. That's right, OWN, secure your own bag by blasting your marketing story. During our time, you're going to hear me talk about various money stories, my stories, and one other person's story, and how it relates to marketing and sales. Now, I'm going to make a bold statement now. Marketing is not sales, and sales is not marketing. If you agree with this, put a number 1 in the chat for me. Now, I did some research before I came here today, and what I discovered was that for sales, according to Emeritus, sales the exchange is the exchange of commodities, or it's the action of actually selling something. That's sales. Whereas on the other hand, marketing is a set of institutions or processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offerings that have value for customers. Now, there's some differences, like I said, between sales and marketing. The objective for sales is to actually please the customer or to match the customer's expectations. On the other hand, marketing involves the manager or the business owner setting up activities from selling to distributing the actual products and services that the company sells. Now, there's a different focus for each one of the two terms I'm talking about when we're running a business. The main focus for sales is that you want increased sales. You want to sell the products. You want to maximize the revenue. On the other hand, when we're talking about marketing, that means we're developing a marketing plan. And the primary focus is to increase customer satisfaction. Because you and I both know satisfied customers spend more money. In the marketing plan or the marketing portion, it also aims at promoting goods and services, pricing them and making them available to customers. And what's more important in that aspect also is that it focuses on after sales services, because you have to have that in place so that if you get a customer that's not happy, you need to be able to say, okay, what went wrong? Let's address the situation. And that's concerning marketing. Now with sales, it's a short-term process. You get the sales, you get the money, it's short-term. But when you do a marketing plan, it's long-term and it's continuous. So if you're listening to me today, be sure that you have not only a system set up to get more sales, but you want to have a written marketing plan that works best for your business. Last point I want to make the difference between the two is the cost. What it's going to cost the company, what it costs my company in order to be able to set up a sales plan or a marketing plan. In sales, it's a substantial investment. Sales is the business process that generates the revenue for the business. So that's substantial. On the marketing side, it's a cost intensive. So everything from advertising to logistics, every part of the marketing story, the marketing function is what you actually have to pay for when you're doing your business. So how does a manager or owner like myself and like you craft a marketing story that will lead to increased sales and help you develop your company's marketing plan? We'll get to that, please, in a little minute, okay? A marketing story is a narrative that entices the audience, customers or consumers to pull out their credit cards or cash and buy the product or service from you or to give to your nonprofit. So that's what a marketing story is. You move the listener, you move the audience to actually want to go ahead and start working with you. Now, I'm going to be sharing two stories today, if time permits. Now, are you listening? If you're listening to me, drop a number 8 in the chat for me. Here's a little piece of my story. I am enormously proud to be from a rural town in the South. Because I wanted out of the small town environment as a teenager, I joined the military. While in the service, I learned discipline, leadership, how to teach others, and the trials of being in a war. I made a promise to myself that if I made it back home safe from the Persian Gulf, that I was going to complete my college education, raise a family, and enjoy the great American life. My military career enabled me to interact with people from all around the world. That's why I love being on this platform today. And as I still travel for business on purpose, I create situations where I can connect with people from around the world and from diverse cultures. My husband and I were really humbled, and we thank God for our experiences. Now, before I go any further, let me tell you that the person you see today is vastly different from the person I was for most of my life. To be honest, from 1993 up until 2015, I was a dreamer. I was a people pleaser. I was a procrastinator. Yes, me. Although I started my business in 2009, I kept my day job. And ultimately, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I'm going to say it. I was fearful of leaving my corporate job and taking the leap into becoming a full-time business owner. Imagine, for 12 years, that was me. Now, there is absolutely nothing wrong with working a full-time job and running a side hustle simultaneously. I strongly believe that each person, everybody, needs to have at least 3 to 5 or 3 to 7 revenue generating streams. We need that in today's society. Now, what I like to do is I like to tell you a little bit about how to secure your own bag by creating your own marketing story. And we're going to do that in 7 different steps. So if you can, grab your tablet, grab your notepad, grab some pen, grab some paper. I want you to jot down these notes so you'll be able to do it, okay? I want you to be able to create your own marketing story that's going to increase sales in your business or your company's business. And I want you to use these tools also to be able to create a written marketing plan. Now, over the next several minutes, I'm going to be sharing tips on how to craft that story. All right. Step number 1, think about what you want to accomplish. What type of impressions do you want the audience to feel during and after hearing your story? Use the power of emotions. And remember, I want you to remember this key. Hold on to how you want the audience to feel as they listen to your story. Hold on to that as you develop each step. So step 1, what do you want to accomplish? Step number 2, pick your plot or your storyline. Talk about an obstacle that you overcame. You may even talk about why you decided to select the business name that you selected for your actual company or your nonprofit organization. Talk about the dire need for your product or services. You could use that by researching and finding some statistics. Here's 2 examples of picking a plot or storyline. On the Mucho Dinero TV show, we interview business owners and, we empower, we educate, and we promote. Yesterday, I interviewed a lady by the name of Anna, and she's from Dominica, not Dominican Republic, but Dominica, a Caribbean island. She owns 8 businesses. I was like, wow, that's a lot of businesses. And she talked about why she decided to start another business during COVID. She actually had to temporarily close all of her spas. So she said during that time, she realized that all of her savings were dwindling because she still had to pay bills. She understood that she was in a hard spot because there was no money coming in at all. So she asked herself, what can I do right now to make money? What can I do right now? So she had to pray, she had to search, she had to listen, she had to meditate. So what she came up with was a whole new idea. During COVID, she created a system to help customers grow food in their own homes with no water. With water, no soil, excuse me. Let me say that again. She created a system, a farming system, where you can grow fruits and vegetables in your home, in the comfort of your own home with water only. No soil is needed. And guess what? She said that business is still thriving today. That's an example of how someone went through something hard, but they turned around and instead of it being sour, they turned it into lemonade, sweet lemonade. Another example of a storyline would be me. The name of my company is called Conglomerate Empowerment. I just didn't get that out of my head, to be honest with you. I really thought about what I wanted to name my business. Now, I absolutely love helping people establish their business, develop their businesses. So I chose the name because it explains exactly what our mission is. Our mission and our passion at CGE is to empower, educate, and promote other business people. We do that on purpose every day, and I absolutely love it. Honestly, I would do it for free because that's how much I love helping other people. Step number 3, create your narrative. And when I say create your narrative, it's, you're going to have to pull up your sleeves and you're going to have to actually write out the introduction to your story, the middle part to your story, and the conclusion to your story. So remember, number 1 is think about what you want, how you want your audience to feel. Number 2 is select a plot or a storyline. Step number 3 is create your narrative. And that's going to take a writing portion of it. I think about all the different people that have just been really, really successful in what they did. And I don't think that business plans have to be 100 pages long, but I do think that they have to be thorough. So what a lot of business owners do, unfortunately, what I've seen over the last decade is that a lot of people will put the cart before the horse. They won't take that time out to really think and write out the entire foundation of what they really want, following these steps. Like that's what I'm saying. So I encourage you to create your narrative, but also write it all the way out. Remember, intro, middle, and conclusion. I'm hoping this is helping you. Now, as you write your story, remember, we want to work on the audience emotions. Be sure to paint a vivid picture of not only the specific pain points that the potential client may be feeling, but you also want to create some situations or consequences that what might be in store for them if they don't decide to make those changes right away. I often say the time waits for no man. Now is the time for you to do what you need to do. Now is the time for you to dream. So once again, create your narrative. Be sure that you write it all the way out, intro, middle, conclusion. We're talking about how to craft our own marketing stories. Number 4, get opinions from others. But I got to caution you, in the multitude of wise counsel, there is wisdom. The multitude of wise counsel. Ask people to give you positive criticism about your story. This will help you fill in the gaps to enhance your storyline. That's very important. I can't do anything on my own. I develop my team. I develop a team so that they can help me shine, so they can help me grow, so they can push me. So remember, get opinions from others before you actually go out there and start sharing your story. You want to test it first. Step number 5, incorporate it into your brand in print. So that means what you're going to do is, once your story is polished, once it's all the way written out, blast it. And when I say blast it, I mean that just put it everywhere. Wherever you can put it in print, put it on your homepage, on your website, put it on your printed marketing materials, put it in full length story for letters, targeted mailings, magazines, your about page on your website. Create a tagline out of this story that sums up your story so that you can use it throughout all of your marketing materials. Put it everywhere. Blast it, blast it, blast it, blast it. The goal is to let your story be reflected in everything you do. So there's consistency along the way, okay? And seamless throughout all the aspects of your business. Number 6, incorporate it into your brand in a digital format. So we talked about putting our marketing story on print. Now we want to make sure that we have a video story, a visual storytelling now. It's important that you remember, you got to educate, entertain, and entice your audience. You got to make your audience want to come back for more. And what I would do if I were you is I would either self-educate myself on how to create videos for myself, or what I would hire a professional video editor. And what they could do is they could create reels. They could create 1-minute videos, 30-second commercials. They could create full stories. They could create social media pages where you would actually be able to drop that information all in there. You get the picture. I also encourage you to create a new YouTube channel. They could put it all on your YouTube channel. You could put it on your Facebook, your LinkedIn, your Instagram, your Twitter, everywhere social media is. You want to blast out that marketing story, because guess what? If you don't let your audience know, your potential customers know that you're there, you have to let them know you're there. How are they going to find you? How are they going to find you if you don't blast your story, your marketing story? Number 7, this is very important. Create a strong CTA or call to action. A strong CTA or call to action. It's a roadmap that the audience is going to need in order to be able to get in contact with you, and also to get the solutions. Some examples would be: sign up for a weekly newsletter. You would say that at the end, and then you would have a little link there where they could actually sign up. Sign up to be a part of my podcast, or you get the picture. You understand what I'm saying. Schedule a consultation. Creating a landing page. Now, what I like to use a landing page that has a payment link on there, so that when people want to speak with me, they'll be able to go ahead and they could go ahead and they could actually put that the link would be there. They could put their information in there. They could select the time and the date that works best for me, and then I get payment before they actually come. So I love landing pages. Some of the people use an example of text this number. Text this to this number, and you'll be able to get the freebie. So there's so many different ways you can actually share your story. I'm hoping this has been a blessing to you. Remember, secure your own bag. Here's story number 2. As I said earlier, my name is Dr. Tanya. I am the Queen of Grants. That's what I'm known as. I'm also the curator of the CGE $1 Million Blueprint. Whoop, whoop. My dissertation was on unequal pay, and for years I did research on how females earned this amount of money and then how much money male CEOs earn. Now, here's what I discovered during my dissertation. I discovered that Black women were the number 2 lowest paid employees. The number 2. That's something to really think about. Number 2, lowest paid employees. Hispanic women were the lowest paid. They were the number 1 lowest paid of the employees. Here's something else I discovered while doing the research for the dissertation. I discovered that unequal pay does not really exist at the CEO level of Fortune 500 companies. CEOs like Ursula Burns, they were making millions and millions of dollars. So at that level, the discrimination concerning pay is non-existent. But another thing that I learned, the third thing I learned was that unequal pay does exist at the other levels of employment in the organization due to discrimination and marginalization. So I'm asking you this today. What can we do about that? How can we make sure that we get the pay that we deserve? What can we do in order to get our money for real, to really obtain our wealth? Before I tell you how, I want to ask you a few questions. Are you tired of not being paid your worth? Do you feel stuck? Do you have a desire to build a financial legacy for your children? I know I do. Do you just have a desire to at least go on one vacation each year if possible? Here's some other questions. Could you set aside about 7 hours a week to execute your very own money grabbing plan? Now, I want to be honest with you. I've been there. I know how it is to live from paycheck to paycheck. I know how it is to live without a paycheck. I know how it feels and the hurt that comes to being passed over for promotions, even though I'm doing more work than everybody else in the organization. I also know how it feels to start a business, but you don't know where or how to start. I get you. I understand. I've been there. So, may I submit to you today? Here is what any person could do to earn more money or to replace their current income. You know what? I think you know the answer to that already, but I'm going to go ahead and share it with you anyway. The answer is quite simple. Start and grow a profitable business. That's the answer. And if you agree with me on that, put a number 8 in the chat. Friends from around the world, I want to tell you this. Remember, I said it earlier. Time waits for no one. Time waits for no one. Join your life. Join your dreams. Get busy with your own dreams. Start your journey to securing your own bag. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's the end of the little story that I just shared. I shared that story during an online event last year. That same little story that I talked about so far. And during that event, 7 women paid for my mastermind. And all of the women either started their businesses, new businesses, or they elevated their brands. 3 of those women manifested 5 figures in less than a year after graduating from my mastermind. All of 7 of the women are thriving, and I am so proud of each one of the women. So you can't tell me, you cannot tell me that creating a storyline, a marketing storyline, sharing it, being authentic, being truthful, you can't tell me that you can't get increased sales from that, because I just shared that story with you, and that's the truth. I have receipts for that. Now, here's why I'm sharing all of this with you. We all are living in a global modern day 1930s, Great Depression era. I feel that's what we're doing. And because of COVID-19 and the high increased inflation rates, hundreds and thousands of people from around the world have lost their main sources of income. Globally, the unemployment rates, business closures, eviction notices have skyrocketed. Some children have still not gone back to school. At the time of this writing, one of my sons called me and said that his job is permanently closing down. I do not want it to be a tragedy or something unfortunate in your life to snap you into living your best life and wake up. Because that is what it took for me. On April 2015, here's another story. my husband and I got a call that changed our lives. We were anticipating our second granddaughter's birth, and we were so excited. We'd had the baby shower, the name was picked out, and the room was beautifully decorated. We were ready for Cassie and Michelle's arrival. Then we got the call that something was not quite right. So as we drove the 45-minute drive to the hospital, I had a hard time breathing. I was unable to get any direct feedback from the nurse in the emergency room. My daughter's phone was turned off. With the hazards lights on, my husband raced to the hospital. Even though my husband was speeding, the ride felt like an eternity. To keep from losing my mind, I prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. And as soon as we made it to the hospital, we jumped out of the car and dashed into the ER. Then we were given the tragic news. Our beloved Cassidy Michelle had only lived a few minutes after being born. What we walked into, we were not prepared for. My daughter and her husband were wailing. I could feel their deep hurt. Cassidy was in her crib. The nurses had dressed Cassidy, and my daughter wanted her nearby. She didn't want to hold her, but I did. Have you ever held a deceased grandbaby or a child? I hope not. That was a defining moment for me. Because of faith, my family and I, we did make it through the tragedy. But from that moment on, I decided to live my life in a vastly different way. Going through that trial taught me many, many lessons. Time doesn't stop. And if you want to do something, you have got to do it now. Prior to that moment, I was playing in business and not taking anything super seriously. I also realized that I was playing fearful and that my children were watching me be unhappy in all these corporate jobs that I was making a lot of money at, and that I needed to step out and build my own business. Now, it was time. So I got all my ducks in a row. I hired an executive business coach. Remember, I hired an executive business coach, somebody to teach me, a business mentor. And within a year, I walked away from the corporate job. And today, I have the best job in the world because I created it on my own terms. Throughout the years, like any business, CGE has gone through staffing problems, payroll, visibility, sales, etc. We went through everything, all types of challenges. But our struggle in business have allowed us to investigate the root cause of the problem, test viable solutions, and win again. Before COVID-19, our company landed a big corporate client, the biggest one that we'd ever received. I'm telling you, after this client, I didn't need to hire, nobody else needed to hire me because this was the one that was going to ride us, multi-million-dollar status for the next 5 years. But because of COVID, unfortunately, at the start of the pandemic, our client had to cancel their contract due to their limited funds. That was a major setback for my company and one for me too. But we had no time to worry. Our team still had clients to serve and bills to pay. That's right. So we formed a strategic plan, a new money-grabbing plan. And at the onset, it was hard, but we made it through. So what we decided to do, first of all, during COVID, we were going to just help people start business for free. We did that. We have numerous businesses do the paperwork for free. Personally, I pivoted. I hired another executive business coach, and I learned how to really conduct business online. I'm proud to say that my company has grew during the pandemic, and it has grown even after the pandemic, even though we're still going through it. And I thank God for that. Now, every personal and business struggle we face have turned into stepping stones towards success. Today, I confidently say that I'm a boss nana of 4. I'm unafraid. I know how to use my God-given talents to create wealth and total life prosperity, not only for myself, but also for you. I am soaring in my gifts, and I absolutely love serving my clients and staff members. Encouraging, equipping business owners, paying business taxes, vacationing, and cooking homemade meals for my family is an honor. I'm glad I said yes in 2009 and recommitted to my dream in 2015, and then again all over again during the pandemic. Yes, I am a boss nana who chooses to live and soar by the word of God and manifest my business dreams. Now, It's your turn. That's right, it's your turn. What do you really want to do? What do you really want to do? Write it out. Write it down. List 3 obstacles that are stopping you from living your ideal life and or dreams. List them out. What's really stopping you? What do you think is in front of you that's not making you go forward? After you list those obstacles, I want you to go back to those obstacles and identify 3 solutions for each obstacle and then just do it. Now is the time for you to secure your own bag. Now, in closing, remember, I've already given you the steps to, I hope you took the notes because I'm not going to go back over it right now because of time. I've already given you the steps to create your own marketing story so you can increase sales and be able to develop a marketing plan. Now, did you know this? That there are 2,755 billionaires in the world, but only 15 are Black. Only 2 are women and 9 are American. Do you know who the richest Black man in the world is? Do you know where he's from? Go ahead, put it in the chat if you know already. Let me know. Well, his name is Mr. Aliko Dangote. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Aliko Dangote. Yes. He is currently the richest Black man on earth. That's right, in the entire world. He was born in Nigeria, you guys. He is not from America. He is in charge of overseeing the construction of what will be one of the world's largest oil refineries, which is expected to end the country's dependence on foreign refined oil. I'm telling you, Mr. Aliko is a force to be reckoned with. I learned through my research that he grew up in a wealthy family, but what he did when he was real young, he was 21 years old, he borrowed $3,000 from his uncle to start his own business. And what he did is he would go and he would buy commodities from places like China and another foreign country. Then he would bring it back into Africa and he would sell it to the people that was around him, near and far. And at one point he was earning $10,000 per day. Now I'm telling you, he was able to pay back his uncle real quick. But guess what? At 21, a $3,000 investment turned into $17.6 billion. That's right. Mr. Aliko net worth is $17.6 billion as of November 10th, 2022. What's important about Mr. Aliko's story? It's important to me because he decided, I'm going to do whatever it takes. Even if I have to borrow the money, I'm going to do whatever it takes in order to build my dream. In summary, those who master the art of storytelling, that's right, you are able to create a powerful connection with your target markets, which could lead to loyal customers, which is increased sales and good marketing plans. Now, at the beginning of the talk, I spoke to you about my mom being my mentor. And here's the great thing about it. People can be our mentors without them even knowing it. So yes, Mr. Aliko is one of my mentors. And what I've learned from him is that one of the things you have to do is you have to invest your money. So when you get your profits, you turn around and you invest your money so you can earn more money. That's one of the things I learned from him. Another thing is this. I have another mentor, and him is Dr. Trim. Now, she said that people usually belongs to 4 different stages. All right. The first stage is there are people who watch as things happen. That's what she said. Dr. Trim said, there are people who watch as things happen. Number 2, she said, there are people who never make things happen. Number 3, she said, there are people who wish it happens. Number 3, they wish it happens. Number 4, there are people who make it happen. Where do you sit in this group? Are you watching? Are you thinking that things will never happen? Are you wishing it will happen? Or are you like me? I'm a person that makes it happen. I think you're a person that make it happen too. It is time to secure your own bag. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Miss Gloria. You could bring me back. could come back. Thank you so much for listening today.
Thank you, Dr. Tanya, Boss Nana, right?
Yes.
Thank you, and blessings to you, Aunt Cassidy. So thank you for sharing those gems. I took some notes while you were speaking, and I definitely loved everything, your marketing storyline, the difference between marketing and sales. Definitely love those tips. And also, I love the stepping stones towards success, because that's the way, that's the path, right? And so we want to say thank you so much for coming on and sharing your experience on the show. Would you like to share how people can get in touch with you?
Sure. My website is www.drtonyab.com. That's DRTONYAB.com.
Well, thank you, Dr. Tanya. We look forward and hopefully everybody will reach out to you. I know I will be reaching out to you based on our conversations. So I want to say thank you once again for coming on the show and sharing your story.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. The Cash App is $BBXUSA. $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at the blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship funds. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022. NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collections, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Rocher Ignites, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Technicoli Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprise LLC, Genius is Common, and Black Business Expo USA. So Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Join us next week for another exciting episode of The View from Hampton U.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rochelle. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is common. I have been hard at work, and my genius since the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it is very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshell, the little icing cube, and my genius is coming.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed caption. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
From dope to hope, each one teach one lawn service. Michael Harris. So I came out here to provide our service of our landscaping business to the teen center, and with the NC 100 partner with them to get back into the community of Rockingham County, helping young men to be fishermen, not to give them a fish and then they can just eat that day, but give them the skills of how to fish and they can provide for their family for the rest of their life. So that's what my skills that we have to provide from Each One Teach One, and from Dope to Hope is to provide tools to our youth to keep them out the streets, to keep them out of trouble and to point them in the right direction, that they don't have to go down the road that I went down for doing a little time, but that didn't define or dictate who I was. I used that to motivate me to create my own vision and dreams. And that's running a landscaping business and a nonprofit from Dope to Hope, where I mentor young men from all age groups. I coach Little League football for the Reeves Bulldogs, and I play semi-pro football, so I'm very active in the community.
There is no one solution to dismantling racism. There's no one solution to decentering whiteness or supremacy. I am Merrill Holloway, and I'm the executive director of NC 100. NC 100 is based in the Central Piedmont region of Rockingham County, North Carolina. We are located centrally in the state, and we are connected to local leaders, but we are also connected statewide. We are connected to people who believe in community organizing, and that is a way to help build a better North Carolina.
So everybody knows about the Tulsa, Oklahomas and the Durham, North Carolinas, and the rich history of black economic development and all those things, and the race riots in Wilmington. But, you know, in a rural community like Reedsville, where I grew up here in Rockingham County, there was this rich, thriving community where there was economic prosperity and all of this wonderful economic freedom, where people felt engaged and there was a civic engagement because people had this inclusion piece, and it seemed like it disappeared overnight. Racial justice work can't be divided from economic justice work. I am standing in front of Mechanic and Farmers Bank on the very famous Parish Street. I personally have been involved in black economic development work here in Durham, and I believe that is this type of work and the type of relationships that I've been able to form here in the Triangle that's going to benefit Rockingham County and other places.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
This is your time to get what you want. Go work that thing with Work That Thing supplements.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gloria Henderson, and I am a certified massage therapist, a life coach. I am an international author and the founder of my nonprofit, I Am Enough Retreat. So I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business networking network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. So we have speakers from North Carolina, Australia, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So I'm happy to introduce our next speaker. Our second speaker is Brian K. McNeil, the curator of the Sales Confidence Coach. He's my coach as well. So for the past 31 years, Brian K. McNeil has been teaching and coaching entrepreneurs and salespeople on how to sell themselves and their services better than they ever have done before, so that they can earn more money than ever before. He does this through his workshops and webinars, through his talks from a platform, and his books, as well as his very personal sales coaching. And I like to say welcome, and I present, hey Brian.
Hello, Sister Gloria. And man, I've been ready for like 19 minutes to get into this room.
And you're here. You are now here. And so now we present to you Brian McNeil.
All right, here we go. I have set my clock and I am going to pour today. I promise you somebody's going to be greatly impacted today. Matter of fact, let me start my clock. Okay, I'm going to start my timer because I'm not going to go over. And I'm going to speak today to that person in the room who has always wanted to earn their money with their own collection of gifts, skills, and talents. I want to speak to that person that has a real job, but dreams of working for themselves, but is afraid to. Like we heard from Dr. Latanya earlier, she wanted to be in business, but she was afraid to let go of her job. And that's not uncommon. I'm going to talk to that person today. Now, my business is called I Am the Sales Confidence Coach. Now, as Sister, what's her name? Young lady just, Henderson, she just said, I have been teaching people how to sell for a long time. Now, I used to be called Very Personal Sales Coaching. I used to work under that umbrella, Very Personal Sales Coaching. And before that, my company was called Rhino Sales and Seminars. That's what I did, Rhino Sales and Seminars. But 2 years ago, one of my coaches asked me, Brian, why don't you ask your clients, what is it that they really get from you? So I did. I started asking a smattering of my clients, what is it that they got from me? And in the word salad, the word that was the most prevalent was confidence. They said over and over again that by working with me, they ended up much more confident in their ability to sell themselves and their services than they were beforehand. So I started using the moniker of the sales confidence coach. Yes, I have written books. I wrote the book, The Shortcut, the fastest route to selling your services better than you ever have before so that you can earn more money than ever before. Yes, I did. That book just teaches you what to do. If you'll do what the book says, you'll earn more money next month than you do this month. This book is written for the person that wants to gain clients. Only 74 pages, a lot of cake, very little frosting. But it doesn't talk about how to overcome sales or close them. So to that end, I wrote the book, Asking for the Money, How Anyone Can Close More Sales, Even You. This teaches you what to do before you ask for the money, what you do when you ask for the money. What are you doing as a little bit of resistance? What do you do if there's a lot of resistance? My talk today is called Closing Sales with Confidence, but you're going to get a whole lot more than that today. And I also wrote the Not Just for Children's book, Why Rhinos Make Great Salespeople, featuring Mr. Randall the Rhino. This is a fantastic book with great reviews. This is a book for the parent or the grandparent that want to teach their child some positive characteristics. So anyway, let's get down to it. Now, closing sales with confidence. First off, I appreciate what Dr. Latanya said about sales and marketing, and I'm going to give you my definitions of them. Sales, I think sales is the process of getting money in exchange for the thing. The process of getting the actual money in exchange for the goods or the services, just that part of it. I see marketing as the creating awareness of, letting the world know or letting the right people know that what you have exists. You have to have marketing. You got to let people know about what you do, but you also have to be able to ask for and get the money. And that's what I'm an expert at. And that's what I'm going to teach you how to do. Now, but what is the most important skill? You know, I talk to a lot of young people or even anybody that wants to go into business for themselves. And sometimes they'll come to me like this. They'll say, well, Brian, I'm getting my website together. I'm getting my branding together. I'm getting my business cards together. I'm getting my office space. I'm getting all of these things together. And they say this to me because they believe that this is what they must have in order to go into business. And I hear them out, but I often say to them, before you spend any of that money, before you do any of those things, I believe what you need first is a paying client. You need someone that's willing to give you money in exchange for what you have. You need some proof of concept. Before you spend money on the fancy website, yes, I said it, get you a paying client. Get some, whether you're a business, and especially if you have an intangible service, or it doesn't matter if it's a product or a service, but get you someone to validate what you have by offering it and getting money in exchange for it. First, I so enjoyed Sister Kimberly Mays' talk about automating things, making it simpler for you to actually engage in the act of getting money for your stuff. As fantastic as automation is, as fantastic as funnels are, as fantastic as branding is, as fantastic as websites are, as fantastic as landing pages are, as fantastic as social media marketing is, as fantastic as attraction marketing is, if all those things are phenomenal, if all those things are working well, it's still going to boil down to this. At some point, somebody has to ask for the business. At some point, somebody has to ask for the money. At some point, your website can do a whole lot. I see a lot of beautiful websites, but the website cannot close me, and the websites cannot close your clients. You have to do that. And ultimately, in my opinion, the ability to sell is the one skill that cannot be completely outsourced. You can outsource some parts of it, But you cannot be the business owner. You cannot be the entrepreneur without having some basic understanding of how you must sell yourself and your services. I suspect somebody's going to find this talk very impactful. Now, when I do my live talks, I often say, are there any women in this room that consider themselves a single woman? And I'll get a smattering of hands. Yes, I'm single. I say, great, ladies, you're all in luck. I have this man I want to introduce you to, and he is a salesman type. He's a salesman type. Now, with just that description there, what kind of image comes to your mind? And I start asking. Some people say things that are very negative. They'll say things like fast talk or a slickster, hide your wallet. It's going to be pushy. It's going to be that. And other people say things like he's going to probably dress nice or be very articulate. And I asked the room in general, overall, is your impression of salesmen more positive or more negative? And it tends to lean more negative. Why is that? Well, because people have garnered a negative opinion of selling over time. You've seen enough movies, you read enough books, you may have been an experience once or twice years ago where someone tried to bully you into buying something or tried to trick you into buying something. Ask yourself today, could any salesman, could any entrepreneur bully you into buying anything today? Could they? Could they trick you into spending your money today? At one time, they can get away with that, but they can't get away with that now. We have access to Google. We can find out the real stuff before we even talk to the person. Very often, your clients know as much about what you're offering as you do. And you must assume everybody that's even going to consider you, anybody that's even going to consider you in business, if they're even going to consider you at all, you have to assume that they've done some research on you. They've done some legwork. They've been to your site. They've looked at your LinkedIn. They've looked at what other people have said about you. They have read your reviews. They have looked at the video of someone giving a testimonial. And if you don't have any testimonials, if you don't have any reviews, they think less of you. Yes, that is true. They find you more suspect today if you don't have some kind of reviews. And you want to get as many as you can. If you are one of these people who are holding on to a negative feeling about people who sell, it's going to be difficult for you to actually sell because your subconscious mind is not going to let you do things that you find distasteful. If you find it distasteful, your subconscious mind is going to sabotage your efforts. Think about it now. The ability to sell, I believe, is one of the top 2 most important skills of life. The most important skills that get you through life. I think the ability to communicate, the ability to articulate a thought or an idea clearly so that some other person understands it, and the ability to sell, to get money in exchange for your idea or thought or thing. I think those 2 have the most to do with your happiness or sadness, your success or your failure, your prosperity or your poverty, your ability to communicate and your ability to sell. And if they both are so important, why don't you spend some time learning how to do those things? Here's how you improve your ability to communicate. If you will just do this, you'll communicate better. Simply read more. If you read more, you'll communicate better. You'll learn how to listen better. You'll learn how to articulate better. You'll learn how to comprehend better. And you'll learn words and you'll learn how to speak better just by reading more. And you can read yourself out of most challenges you're experiencing in life. You can study yourself out of any hole that you're in. You can learn what you need to learn to go from where you are to where you want to be. Yes, you can. And the ability to communicate, just don't read more. To learn how to sell, you need to learn how to sell from somewhere. Either read a book on sale, watch videos on selling, hire a sales coach, work with a sales coach, but whatever you choose to do, and I'm going to recommend you do some of all of it, it's worth it for your life to invest some time and some energy into your own personal development. Now, has anyone heard anything I've said so far that they found helpful or valuable? If you found anything I said helpful or valuable, put helpful in the chat or valuable in the chat. So let me know. Now, I'm going to teach you guys how to sell confidently today. There's this concept called to sell it with the millionaire attitude. The Millionaire Attitude. There was a show around 1960 in this country called The Millionaire. It was a TV show. It was in black and white. It was called The Millionaire. And the premise of the show, there was this independently wealthy man who had this thing he liked to do. He used to like to give away checks for $1 million to total strangers. He wanted to give away a check to $1 million to a total stranger. And he hired a salesman guy named Michael Anthony. And he gave Michael a check for $1 million and didn't put the name on it. And his job was to go into a neighborhood and find somebody to give $1 million to. Thank you very much. His job, he had $1 million check in his jacket pocket, his sport coat. He had $1 million check, and his job was to find somebody that he could just give a check to. And what he would do is he would go into a neighborhood and he would go up to the door and knock on their door and say, hello, my name is Michael Anthony. I had some free time. I'm in the neighborhood. Can I have a chat with you? Can I talk with you a little bit just to see what's going on? And sometimes they'd be very rude to him. Get the hell out of here. I don't know you. Get away from my door. And they would slam the door rudely in his face. And he would turn around and walk down their driveway and just go to the next house. Them being rude to him didn't bother him at all. Why not? Because he knew that if they had just been nice to him, he could have gave them $1 million, which is something that he knew they really, really wanted. So he'd go to the next house, no problem. Next house, even, hey, my name is Michael Anthony. I'm in the neighborhood. I got some time. I would just like to know if you have some time to chat or visit. Sometimes it's just, sure, come on in. And they can bring him on in, and they give him coffee and a coffee cake, and they tell him the story about their children and their house and how long they've been in the neighborhood. And he would sit there and listen. And when they were finished talking, when the visit was over, he would reach into his jacket. Here you go. This is a check for $1 million, and it's for you. Wow, isn't that great? Now, the important part about that story was no matter what happened in the world, no matter how rude or any setbacks he had, it didn't shake his personality because he knew that somebody really wanted, and he knew that somebody really needed what he had, that check for $1 million. Now, if someone hires you and your services, are they better off than they would have been if they had just kept the money? And then the question is, are you sure? Are you sure they're better off if they give you the money that you ask for in exchange for your services? If you're sure they're better off, if you know that they're going to benefit greatly by hiring you, then don't you owe it to them to motivate them to take advantage of what you have to offer? I see selling today as an act of motivation. It's not transactional as it used to be. It used to be, give me money, you get my stuff. Now your job as a professional entrepreneur is to motivate people to take an action, to motivate them to do something that's in their best interests, like hire you or do something or whatever. Get them to move from where they are so they can take advantage of what you have to offer. Amen? Amen. That's what your job is today. So if you know they're better off, you owe it to them to motivate them. Do you sell your stuff to people, or do you sell your stuff for people? Do you sell it to them or for them? Well, some people will knee-jerk and say, I do it for them. And then I say, are you sure? Because if you're sure you're doing it for them, then you should say what you have to say to motivate them to take an action that is in their best interest. And I teach you what to say and what to do in order to do that. Yes, I do. Now, I am a believer. I'm a believer, okay? I'm a believer first, second, and third. And I like the Bible too. I know that in the Bible, in Proverbs 11:26, it says, the people will curse the ones that withhold the grain. They wish blessings upon the ones that will sell it. Your grain is your intellectual property. Your grain is the solutions you have. Your grain is what you know how to do. Your grain are the problems that you solve. And according to the way I read that scripture is, if you have some grain and the people could be benefited from your grain, you owe it to the world to sell it to them. And if you don't sell it to them, you are being selfish. You're keeping your grain to yourself. Oh, you're supposed to sell. If you have some good stuff, you're supposed to sell it. And sell it with that millionaire attitude because you know they're better off. That's the attitude that you need to have. That's the mindset you need to have to sell it confidently. Now, and asking for the money confidently. We're going to get to that a little bit more. The sin of the desert is what I want to talk about right now. The sin of the desert. Hear me now. The sin of the desert is when you know where the water is, but you won't tell anyone else. You know where the thing that will keep them from starving is, but you're keeping that information to yourself. If you know where the water is, if you know how to help them, if you know they're better off if they take your water, and you don't say what you have to say to help motivate them, you are committing the sin of the desert. You are committing that crime of being selfish. I'm saying this and I'm belaboring this point so you guys get this point, that if you have something that can help the world, you must sell it. And I'm encouraging you to sell it with a millionaire attitude. Now, I'm going to give you some toys, some sales tips that you can use right away. First off, if someone asks you, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? And if you say something like, well, I do real estate, or I do digital marketing, or I do branding, or I do massage therapy. If you start off that statement by saying, I do this, what you're doing is you're attempting to let the person that asks you the question lump you into the category of anyone else who does that. When you say, well, I do real estate, I'm putting myself in the category of everybody else that does real estate. And you must hear me now. There is no one like you. There's no one that has your collection of gifts, skills, and talents. There's no one that has your personality. So why make them consider you separately? I want you to consider yourself apart from them. There's no one like you. Yes, that is true. And even if there's other people that could do what you do, they can't do it like you. And here's the other thing you must know. There is somebody at any given moment that can hear you and your message. And they can't hear Brother Brian, but they can hear you. They can hear Kimberly, but they can't hear me. And the people that can hear Kimberly, those are the people that should be her clients. It doesn't matter how many people that does similar to her. There are people, the people that can hear her, should become her clients. Amen and amen. Now, asking for the money. I'm doing pretty good on time. I've already asked once before. Anybody finding value still? What do you do for a living? Here's how I'm going to suggest you answer it. What do you do for a living? First off, I want you to understand there are two types of people that love stories. One of them is children. Mommy, tell me a story. Daddy, tell me a story. And the other one is adults. And we know that's true because adults watch movies and TV shows and they can't stand it if they don't know how the story ends, right? So they have to know how the story ends. I want you to sell yourself and I want you to tell what you do through a story format. A story format. Sell your game, sell your stuff through the story of you. Your money is in your story. Now, whether you've been my client before, currently my client, or you never heard of me before, I want someone that's willing to do this for me. Please put my Calendly link in the chat. It's CALENDLY, Calendly.com/BK McNeil, the letter B, the letter K, and then my last name, McNeill, BK McNeil. If you'll put that in the chat, Calendly.com/BK McNeil, someone here can schedule some time with me. I'm offering you a complimentary one-on-one sales consultation. And I'll ask you some questions and I'll teach you how to build your story so that you can answer the question of what do you do for a living. I'm going to leave you. My time is moving pretty good. And I got some time still, but I want to give you something that I know you can implement right now. People are going to hire you for either emotional reasons or for logical reasons. Emotional reasons are the way they imagine they're going to feel if they work for you. How do they imagine they're going to feel if they work with you? Logical reasons because it's smart and it makes sense and it's a good deal. What do you believe is more compelling? What's a more compelling reason to work with you? Logical reasons or emotional reasons? And in the interest of time, I'm just going to tell you, people work with people. People give money 9 times faster for emotional reasons than they do for logical reasons. People don't buy what they need nearly as much as what they want. That woman that buys that red dress, she didn't buy it because it was on sale. She might say she bought it because it was on sale, but she bought it because she imagines she's going to look good in it wearing it at the party. That's what it is, that emotional reason. So knowing this to be true, you must learn to sell yourself and sell your services emotionally. And how do you do that? You do that with your primary tool. Your primary tool are the words that you choose. I'm going to give you a few words. The first word is the most emotional word in the English language. And most adults have taught themselves how to become uncomfortable saying it. I want you to become comfortable saying this word often. The word is love. Love. L-O-V-E. Love, love, love. I want you to use the word comfortably and often when you're offering your services and not making yourself the star. Like, I love helping people. That's me being a star. How about you're going to love being able to confidently ask for money and getting it. You're going to love being able to swat away nuisance objections like can't afford it, don't have time, let me think about it. Those things are relatively easy to handle once you learn how to handle those objections. Someone will give you a lame objection. If you work with Brother Brian, someone will give you a lame objection. You'll just, it'll tickle you almost because it doesn't matter. And you'll know how to handle that and cash that in. They'll feed you a lame objection and you'll cash that in and end up with a closed business right then. It's just because it's something I know and I'll teach. Love. Use the word often. Love. You're going to love. My clients tend to love. You're going to love knowing that you're going to be able to do this easier or faster or better or more profitably. The second word I want in your vocabulary, and I want you to use it often, is the second most emotional word in the English language. Starts with an H. The word is home. H-O-M-E. For most people, home is where the heart is. I'll be home for Christmas. There's no place like home. For most people, home has a very positive connotation. That's where your stuff is. That's where mom and them is. That's where your food is. That's where your security is. Learn to use the word home in offering your services. If you let me help you, everyone in your home will be benefited. You're going to love going home knowing you had accomplished this because of what you did here. Okay, learning to use these words comfortably. I remember a great experience I had because I've been training people how to sell for a long time. There was a guy I met, bumped into, hadn't seen him in many years. He says, Brian, I took your class 10 years ago, and I've been using love and home, and I've been one of the top people in my company since that. And I've told other people about it, but they don't embrace it like I do. Simple concept, but he embraced it, and because of it, he earned more money. You can embrace it too. I'm going to give you one more word. This is the word that most of the people that you interact with, this is the word that your clients really wish that you would say to them. This is the word that most adults want to hear more often, but they don't hear it nearly often enough. The word that they want to hear, they don't hear often enough, is the sound of their own first names. Say my name, say my name. Right, Maylene? Right, Kimberly? Right? Say their names. When you can get onto, I say, my name is Brian McNeil. You're welcome to call me Brian. What would you like for me to call you? And they tell me what they want me to call them. And I use that name often. I said the same thing to Dr. Kelly. He says, call me Dr. Kelly. And that's what I call him often. The cool thing about using a person's name is you can't overdo it. You can say it again and again and again. And every time you say their name, it's almost as if you're complimenting them. It's almost as if you're edifying them just by you willing to say their names. If you offer something that is good, if you offer something that helps somebody, you owe it to them. Let me tell you why people are afraid to close sales, why they get nervous when it comes time to asking for the money, why they do that. Here's the number one reason why people don't like to ask for money, don't like to close sales. It's because they are very focused and thinking a whole lot about themselves. They're thinking about themselves. When they're nervous about closing, they're thinking about, how is this other person going to see me if I ask for the business? Or are they going to think less of me if I ask for money? Are they going to see me in a different light? You're thinking about yourself. Here's how you overcome that easily. It's not about you. Think about how they're going to be benefited. If they say yes to you, are they going to be better off with your services? And if you're not sure, get yourself sure. Study your own game or improve your stuff until you're at the place where you know that if they give you the money you ask for, they're better off. Even if you're expensive. Even if you're expensive, are they still better off giving you the money you ask for? Do the benefits they get far exceed the money that I'm asking for? And it has to be. What you're trading is a big old pile of benefits for their little pile of money, even if you're asking for a lot of it. They're getting a lot. If someone hires me and I teach them how to sell, I teach them how to ask for money, they get to keep that benefit on the day I taught it to them. They get to keep that benefit next week, next month. They get to keep that benefit next year. They get to keep that benefit 5 years from now, 10 years from now. For the rest of their lives, they get to keep the benefit they got from their time with me. What I get out of it is I'm going to get some money, but I'm going to spend the money. I'm going to spend it on something, okay? So who gains more? Me for getting the money, or them getting the knowledge and the techniques and the tactics and the methodologies that they're going to use forever? Who gains more? Well, if you agree with me that they gain more by hiring me and my services than I gain from getting their money, then don't I owe it to them to motivate them? And here's the other side of it too. If you're sure they gain the most by hiring you than you do by working with them and asking to get money, then who loses the most if they don't work with you? Who loses the most? I'm going to get a little bit of money, but they're going to get something that's going to carry them for a long time. So who loses the most if they don't work with you? And if you're sure that they lose the most, you're not there to help them to lose. You're there to help them to win, and you want them to win big. That's one of my favorite ways of overcoming objection. I'm going to give you this secret here. If they try to commit the crime of not working with Brother Brian McNeil, I might say to them something like, if you don't do this, what will you do? If you don't choose to work with me, what will you do? If you don't choose to let me help you to sell yourself and your services better than you have before, what will you do? And I won't say anything else. I'm gonna make them answer that question. Well, I mean, if they don't like the results they're getting right now, and they choose not to hire the solution, that means they're willing to keep on getting less. They're willing to sell less than they could have. They're willing to earn less money than they could have. I brought a gift with me today. I come bearing gifts. If you will text to this number, 919-345-4893. The number is 919-345-4893. If you will text that number, yes, please, can you please post that Calendly link there, Gloria? And please post that phone number there. If you would text your name and email address to that number, I'm going to send you a free gift. The free gift is what I call the 1-2-3 formula. The 1-2-3 formula teaches you how to answer the question of what do you do for a living, and it introduces you how to sell your services by campaign. It's an ebook, and it's really, really good. It's also really short too. It's a short ebook, but it's really, really good. Can you please put that in the comments, Gloria? My Calendly link and that phone number. And that, or someone can either write it in. But that phone, if you'll text your name and email address there, I will send it to you. That's what you'll get. There's an old line from some poets of the 80s. They called themselves Run DMC. And these poets had this line that I carry with me to this day. They said, "Listen up, homeboy, give this a thought. The next time someone's teaching, why don't you get taught?" It's like that. When someone is teaching, you should get taught. I love the Black Business Olympics. I love the Black Business Expo. And I love this Black Business Network. This is my first time participating in it. And I already know I want to participate in it forever. I always want to be a part of it. I want to do it again in a few months or a few years or whatever. I want to keep doing it because I know this expo has reach. And I know that someone is going to hear something that's going to answer a question for them. I suspect one more thing I got to teach before I get out of here. I got a few minutes left. Once you have, thank you very much, Grant. Once you believe they fully understand how you're benefiting them, once you understand and believe yourself that they're better off working with you, I want you to say these words. This is how I want you to close the sale. This right here is how I want you to ask for the money. Say these words. Once you believe they understand how you benefit them, say these words right here. Will you give my services a try? Will you give me a try? Will you give my products a try? Will you give me a try? Will you give us a try is such a non-threatening way to ask for business. I got booked last night at a big event in January, a women's entrepreneurial conference as a speaker, because I found out when it was. I found the person that books the person. And I told her, I said, look, if I come and speak, everyone there will be impacted and they will thank you for booking me. That's what I said. They will thank you for booking me. And I said, will you book me for your January event? And she goes, okay, it's going to be on this date and it starts at this time. I said, will you book me? Will you give us a try? Maylene, I want you to please schedule your time with me. I want to talk with you. Go to my Calendly link, C-A-L-E, that's scrolling across the screen right now. Thank you very much, Gloria. Calendly.com/BK McNeil. Actually, that's 2 L's in McNeil. That's incorrect. Calendly.com/BK McNeill. There's 2 L's. There it is better. There's 2 L's in my stuff. Maylene, I appreciate you loving my teaching. Grant, I appreciate you saying great job, Brian. I appreciate you saying you agree. I appreciate those folks who found value in my talk. And I could keep going. But I want to say this to you as well. I believe in economic independence through entrepreneurship. I don't knock people that have jobs, but I believe even if you have a job, I think you should be having some way to earn money based upon your own collection of gifts, skills, and talents. I wish my children were all entrepreneurial. They're not all entrepreneurial. I have a son that just rather have a job. Okay. But I wish that on my children. I wish that on my grandchildren, that they all earn their money just through their own efforts. I want to say this to you as well. The entrepreneurial life is fraught with ups and downs, with pitfalls, with lean days sometimes, with no money sometimes, with uncertainty sometimes. It's fraught with all of that. But overall, it's a better life. It's a better life. You earn more as an entrepreneur than you do for working anybody's job. You grow more because you have to continually develop yourself. The way I teach right now, Sister Maylene, the way I sell today, it's not the same way we sold 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago. If you're trying to sell today the way you learned how to sell 20 years ago or 10 years ago, you are losing an amazing amount of ground because people don't even buy. 5 years ago, the way we sold 5 years ago has to be different than the way we sell today, because today they have more access and faster access to stuff than they had even 5 years ago. Today, we have to sell the way people buy, not the way they used to buy. You have to sell the way people buy today. And here's another thing too. I got by my clock, I got 3 more minutes. You as an entrepreneur, you must be able to lower your new client's risk or their potential risk. Think about ways that you can lower their risk where they don't have to drop 20 grand to try you out. Think about ways to lower their risk with a big supply of testimonials and reviews. Think about ways that you can lower their risk. We have to be risk averse. Your clients are risk averse. That expression about money, easy come, easy go is not true, and it never has been true. It's only easy go. It doesn't easy come. One of the benefits to me of being a full-time entrepreneur, and I wish that on all of you, is you know that every single dollar that you bring in, every single one, is because you produce something. That means something to me. I like that fact that I earn all my money every time. When a former client of mine comes back, even the former clients are on here now. If you want to have a free consultation with me, I want to talk with you. When former clients, happened to me this past Sunday, I visited a friend of mine who at his church. I've never been to this church before. And there were 2 of my former clients in the room, and the way they greeted me was so warm. And I told my wife, it made me feel good. You know, there was one lady who has hired me twice before. She owns an insurance agency. She hired me once to train her, and then she hired me again to train her staff. And she spent significant money hiring Brother Brian. But she was happy to see me because her agency has thrived as a direct result of what we were able to do together. Working with me will save you a tremendous amount of time. Whether you got my books, go to briankmcneil.online. You can get my books, briankmcneil.online. There's my free ebook if you will text there. I'm going to hang around. I'll stick around. I'll be visiting other people's workshops. I'm hopeful that you find me easy to reach. And that is my time. I am willing to answer questions. I'm willing to, if anyone has a question, I'm willing to hang out here for a little bit. And I'm willing to answer questions. Does anyone have a quick question for me to answer about selling yourself or your services? Other than that, I'm passing the mantle back to Sister Gloria.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Thank you. What I love is since I started working with you coaching me, it's been a game changer.
Tell us why.
Definitely been a game changer because I see value. Like I love that. Is it the sin of the desert? Because sometimes we do hold back and keep things to ourselves and really don't look at our services and share them to the world. Because what we have to offer. So it's definitely been a game changer. And the other thing that I want to share is how you say, you don't say get your money. You say get your money. Get your money. Get your money, okay? Connect with Brian because
yes.
I've started getting my money.
And I'm happy to be working with you because you do your homework.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. So I want to say thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I did make a mistake in the chat with the last L, but I'm not the one that put it on the screen, and they corrected my mistake. And so thank you. Your information is scrolling, and hopefully you're gonna get those texts from people. And want to say genius is common.
Genius is common.
That's right. And we will see you on the other side. Thank you. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And you can go to the blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. That's blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or Cash App. And that's on the screen below that also says $BBXUSA. $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops to up to 5,000. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can go register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. So every dollar amount counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. At this time, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022. And they are NC 100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support LLC, the Executive Women's Success Initiative, Sweetheart Mitchell's Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Creative Forest Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Rocher Ignites, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic Art App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Technically Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprise LLC, Genius is Common, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I love to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hello, my name is Bo Shell. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is comedy. I have been hard at work, and my genius since the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it's very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Bo Shell, the little ice cream dude, and my genius is common.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gloria Henderson. I am a certified massage therapist. I have a business called Soulful Journey. I'm a life coach. I am an international author, and I'm the founder of I Am Enough Retreat, which is my 501(c) nonprofit organization. And I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, Australia, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our third speaker is Lori Mitchell. Lori Mitchell is the founder of Black Women in Technology. Lori Mitchell created Black Women in Technology in 2014, which is a 501(c)(3) organization dedicated to encouraging Black women and other women of color to pursue technology as a career. Black Women in Technology's mission is to teach, engage, and serve. And we would like to welcome Lori Mitchell to the platform. Well, we are waiting for Lori. And how's everybody out there doing today?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, Gloria. How are you?
Wonderful, Lori. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, absolutely. Well, the platform is yours. Genius is common, and we will see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Lori Mitchell, and I'm the founder of Black Women in Technology. By the time you're done with this presentation, you will know my story. You'll know about Black Women in Technology, and you'll also get some recommendations on how to get into tech and how to stay. Thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate it. Now, let's just start with my background. Let me start with my tech background. I started as a child, encouraged by my parents to pursue whatever I wanted. And what we did, we started with magazines that promoted science and math. Particularly, I enjoyed magazines for space and earth space science, and enjoyed geology, enjoyed chemistry and biology. And that's just a marker to say, if you have curious children, make sure that those curious children's needs are met by giving them that science, math, and technology that they are craving. So I also took AP Science Math courses in high school. At the time, there was no STEM programs, but you could take AP Math and Science. And eventually I went to college and took Bio Med Tech for a major. I was a liberal arts bio major. And after doing that for 3 years, I decided to get married. I got married, had children, and didn't get a chance to finish my 4th year of college. Now, that being said, that's not the end of the world. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that as the story goes on. That was not a deal breaker for me. Afterwards, I decided to finish my degree by going to the community college. Now, the community college, they have great education at community colleges. I decided to go there for my respiratory therapy degree. I became a respiratory therapist. And if you don't know what a respiratory therapist does, a respiratory therapist delivers medications, configures ventilators for people who are having breathing problems. We deal with the cardiopulmonary system and resolve issues that way. So I became a respiratory therapist. And in the midst of doing all of that, I was in a hospital department that used a information system specifically for respiratory therapy. Now, the great part about that is I got a chance to become a system administrator over that particular system. Why? Because I showed interest. I did not know what I was doing, but I learned on the job. I took my time. I figured out how the system works, and I was able to apply what I learned to be a real system administrator over the system. That was beneficial to me, and that's when the tech bug really got to me, and I became really interested in technology. I remember saying a small prayer and asking God to keep me from getting behind when it came to this technology. That's when the internet was starting to come out, 1993 to 1996. And everyone was starting to get AOL and connect to the internet. It was a really exciting time. So I continued on as a system administrator and a respiratory therapist at the same time, and did that for a good 4 years before I finally decided to go to college to get a degree in information systems. So I went to Penn State University. Penn State University took me in, and I took the coursework and decided that this was going to be good enough for me to get my feet wet when it came to technology. I had a great time going back to school. And, you know, one of the things you need to remember is at this time, I'm 36 years old. I'm 36. It took me 2 years to finish, to get my bachelor's degree at Penn State. And I graduated at 38. Graduating at 38 was scary. It was scary because I didn't know if anyone was going to hire me because I was older. And I didn't think anyone was going to hire me because I was a Black woman. What I wondered at the time, I wondered if there was an organization that I could affiliate myself with in order to feel more comfortable about this new degree and this new walk of my career that I was taking. And it was really interesting. I couldn't find one. I couldn't find one that fit my needs as a non-traditional woman, 38 years old, divorced, with small children, who is ready to take on this new risk, this risk of a career. So I went ahead and decided to apply for a job at a small hospital in the area. I applied for that job and I got the job. It was a clinical analyst position where I was the person who would be responsible for applications for the clinical side of the hospital. So what does that mean? Clinical applications are defined as systems where we have to take your x-ray. We have to understand what to do with that data after the x-ray is taken. We take your blood, you process your blood. We do billing. We have to manage everything from billing to lab to the radiology systems. So that's what we did. And I enjoyed that job greatly. I learned a lot. I learned about Microsoft servers. I learned about other documents and other systems that needed to be used for the hospital. I learned project management. I learned a lot in that role. I took that role and stayed with it for 5 years. I was making a certain amount of money at the time, and I was making something comparable to what I would have made if I'd have stayed as a respiratory therapist. In a way, that was discouraging to me, but I wanted to go ahead and take the risk for this new career change. After 5 years of working at the small hospital and enjoying it the whole time, I moved on to a new opportunity at a different hospital. And that opportunity saw me receiving an increase in my salary by $20,000. Well, needless to say, I was surprised and definitely appreciative, and continued on with that organization, the second hospital, for another 2 years before I became a consultant. And what a consultant does, it's almost like you're a freelance person. You work for a company, a consulting company. They provide you with jobs, and you go to those jobs and you perform accordingly, and you make that company look good. So I wasn't an independent one, but I was able to work with a consulting firm. Well, when I went to work with a consulting firm after the second hospital, my salary increased another $20,000. I was definitely surprised by this as well. Before it was all said and done, after 6 months working at the third hospital, I was able to start commanding 6 figures to be a consultant for this particular organization. From there, I worked at a hospital where my skill set, my understanding of technology, from servers, from workstations to networks to applications, I was able to take all of those skills that I had acquired and work at a new facility in Los Angeles. And they were impressed so much with my work that they hired me to work with the organization straight out. So that was another interesting thing for me, and they paid very well. And it was a great organization to work for. So I'm saying all that to say I did not have a traditional track. My track towards tech was non-traditional. I'm 38 years old, and I'm finally getting a tech job. That's just to show you that everything is possible. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it and you're willing to take the risk. So at that point, when I was in Los Angeles, I was still unable to find an organization that fit my needs as far as being a Black woman, a non-traditional Black woman in tech, not an engineer, not a computer scientist, nothing like that. Just someone who is working on the business side of a hospital, but still working in the technology department. So what I did, I started an organization that would create community to be able to help us take advantage of our experiences. And that organization that I created was Black Women in Technology. Created that in 2014. And when I created the organization, it was it was created to not have any educational pedigree, meaning it didn't matter if you went to Stanford or if you went to a community college. It was created to encompass all women, whether or not you were tech adjacent or working for a tech company. It was designed to bring everyone into the fold, to let everyone know that, yes, you do work in tech. You are a tech worker. Just because you're not touching a server, just because you're not taking apart a computer does not mean that you are not working in technology. So we created this support system, and I created it, first of all, using Meetup. meetup.com. It was a great tool at the time for me. I remember creating the meetup on a Saturday, and by Sunday, I had 30 people interested in the organization. So from there, what we did, we took advantage of events that happened around the city of Los Angeles. Those events were free. Many of them were free. And I started to attend those, and I noticed that a lot of Black women weren't attending them. And they told me they didn't know that the event was taking place. So I took it upon myself to make sure that they knew the events were taking place by placing them into Meetup. One particular event that we went to, it was an Amazon event, and this was when Amazon Alexa Echo was getting ready to come out. And there were 5 of us who showed up. I'm sorry, my Amazon Alexa is talking now. The event was awesome, but there were 5 Black women who went to the event. Out of everyone in that room, there were only 5 of us. There were hardly any women, let alone Black women. And we enjoyed ourselves. We were able to strike up conversations with the attendees. We were able to find out information about what Amazon was doing. At the time, I found out that Amazon had a cloud service. I found out that they were delivering on this Echo, and it was a really, really great event to attend. And those are the types of events that Black women and Black men should attend. The events that they don't expect us to attend. Those are the events that we should attend. So that's Black Women in Technology in a nutshell. What we also did, we had other events. We had an event in Northwest part of the country, Pacific Northwest. We had a conference called the Northwest Summit in 2018, and it brought together over 300 Black women. It brought together Black women who were presenters for the conference, and it brought together those of us who were interested in topics like blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and cybersecurity. Those were the events those types of events are what we called success, because we ran everything, and it was held at Microsoft's campus in Bellevue, Washington. It was a great event, and we had a lot of support, and I really appreciated going through that exercise. So now let's kind of switch gears a little bit. I'm going to switch gears because right now I'm going to talk about why it's a big deal for Black women to pursue tech careers. The Anita Borg Institute in 2021, Anita Borg Institute in 2021 measured and surveyed 56 companies they surveyed. 500,000 people from those surveys identified themselves as technologists. They identified themselves as technologists. That means all across the board, those 56 companies, I'm sure there are hundreds of other companies they could have surveyed, but these are the 56. 500,000 people identified themselves as that. Out of that 552,000 people, 141,000 women identified themselves as technologists. Out of that 552,000 people, those 552,000 technologists, 79,163 women identified themselves as women of color in technology. Those numbers are dismal, absolutely dismal. Anita Borg Institute also did surveys, and they found out that the overall representation of women in technology is 26.7%. Of all the men who work in technology, 26.7% were represented by women. White women were represented at 12.6%, Asian women 9.3%, Black women 1.7%. We have a problem. We definitely have a problem. And what we want to do is resolve that problem by making sure that we get information to people so that they understand what they need to do or what they can do to become engaged in technology. I also did a future check on the scope of technology for the next 10 years. And I went to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and found out that the overall employment in computer and information technology occupations is projected to grow 15% from 2021 to 2031, which is faster than all occupations. And the increase is expected to result in about 682,000 new jobs. I'll say that again, 682,000 new jobs over the next 10 years. In addition to new jobs from growth, opportunities arise from the need to replace workers leaving their occupations permanently. And if you count this, another 418,000 openings each year on average, on top of the 682,000 jobs, you have about 1 million jobs that need to be filled by various and sundry occupations and roles in technology. The Bureau of Labor Statistics also put out that the median annual wage for this group, for the computer and information technology occupations, is $97,430 as of May 2021. That is a significant amount of money to be able to make for working in tech. Yes, that's the median. It can go low, it can go higher, but that is the median wage. It's incumbent upon us to be able to recognize that we can increase our economic status and also take the time to create generational wealth for our families, which is very important for women, especially for Black women. I want to talk now about how to get into tech. Now, I just want to talk about the traditional paths to tech and the non-traditional paths to tech. The traditional paths to tech involve learning, having a STEM education in elementary school, middle school, and high school, and even university and college. You graduate, you get your degree, you work for some of the tech companies, you work for a management consulting firm. That's what you do. You get your job after you get your degree. For those of us that didn't take that route, that doesn't mean that you can't work in tech because you don't have a degree. I didn't have a degree until 6 years after I became assistant administrator for the IS department at the hospital where I worked. So we want to remove those barriers. The non-traditional paths remove barriers for people who are trying to enter into technology. You can do that by boot camps. Boot camps, the way that sounds is the way it is. Just like in the military, you go to a boot camp, you squeeze a bunch of training in for 6 weeks, and then you're allowed to go. It's the same thing with learning at a boot camp for tech. You squeeze in a lot of information in a short amount of time, and you come out of there raring to go, ready to get your job and ready to start working. Now, one of the things I don't want to do, I don't want to push jobs and having jobs, because I know it's very important for people to want to feel free and to be an entrepreneur. So that being said, freelance, you can become a consultant, you can freelance in technology. You don't have to work for anybody. But I will say it's great to get experience by working for someone first and then going out on your own. There are also apprenticeship programs, which is like on-the-job training, which is pretty much what I did when I got my first job. It was on-the-job training. I had never done that before. I had no idea how to be a clinical analyst, but I quickly learned by the training that I received at work on the job. And there are also internships. There are a lot of boot camps that send you straight through to an internship, so that you are also able to get experience on the job. Let me just turn my page here. And one of the things that I think is important, one of the segments of the population that I think we miss from a non-traditional path to tech perspective, are those women who are underemployed and unemployed who could stand to learn great things by being in a tech program through workforce development, through training, so that they can experience going from $20,000 a raise every time you turn around, from one role to the next, to the next, to the next. Especially those that have small children. Technology makes it easy for you to do certain things like work from home. You can be mobile, you can be remote, you can work wherever you need to. It's great for parents, and it's great for families. I wanted to also cover what the definition of technology is. I picked two definitions. One is the scientific definition, and the other is the business definition. The scientific definition is the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in industry. For example, advances in computer technology. I'll say that again. The scientific knowledge for practical purposes, the application of the science for practical purposes, especially in industry. Well, to make sure that we open that up a little bit, I also included what is business technology. Business technology as a concept describes all technology that helps an organization run its business and operational processes. Businesses run using technology. Technology creates efficiencies, and it also creates opportunities for the business to expand and to grow. So, keeping that in mind, are you a subject matter expert? Are you a subject matter expert? Subject matter expert is a person who understands the business, knows the business, but they just don't have a hands-on approach to the technology involved in the business. I'll give you an example. When I was a respiratory therapist, I was a subject matter expert, as I mentioned before. I knew the clinical workflows. I knew them like the back of my hand. I knew where to go to find patient information. I knew all of that information, and that made me valuable to the organization when I took over and started working as a system administrator. If you are in a situation where you know the processes for a company, for an organization, you are primed to be working in the tech side of it as well. So keep that in mind as you go forward and think about your career. Are you a subject matter expert? Do you know the workflows? Do you know how things work? As far as what type of roles people can get when they are in technology, it's so vast. It is amazing. It is so amazing. You can be one thing or another. You can specify being an applications person only. You can be a computer programmer, someone that sits and codes. You could be a software engineer, someone that creates software. You can work as a database administrator. Database administrator manages records in a big, like a big table. That's what a database manager does. You can go into data science and data visualization. Data science and data, we are data points. Everything we do is a data point. And taking all that information and making it make sense is what a data scientist and a data visualization person does. There's also information systems, which I've pretty much worked in since I started my career, where you understand the foundation of the company, the foundation of the business. You deal with the servers, you deal with the workstations, you deal with the network. That's what you do to keep the business afloat and keep the business going. And then there's also web development. Now, web development currently is in what has been termed as Web 2.0. Web 2.0 uses certain technologies to be able to get us on the internet and get us going back and forth and being able to perform so many things on the internet. Well, there's something that's coming out right now called Web 3.0. Web 3.0 is inclusive of a lot of different technologies, and it's a bump up from this Web 2.0, and it involves the blockchain, NFTs, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, the metaverse, and machine learning. If all of those things didn't make any sense to you, you just got to let me know, because the training for these particular things is very important. If we trained for these types of jobs, we'll be on the top of the world. You can be a developer. You could develop in so many different computer languages. There's so many, I can't name them all. There are artificial intelligence specialists. There's mobile application developers. You could develop applications for phones and tablets. There's a lot of different roles that you can take. You can become a project manager as well. Project management is significant in technology because someone needs to manage the projects of the creation of software to create solutions. They need to manage those processes to make sure these things are delivered on time to customers. So another thing that I wanted to cover was knowing what industry technology is used in. Technology is just not used for tech companies. Technology is used in various industries at every level in order for companies to accomplish their goals. For example, fashion, healthcare, marketing and advertising, entertainment, manufacturing, banking, finance, real estate, insurance, education, and government. For example, HR, human resources, is needed for every one of the industries that I mentioned. There's just a little tweak based on the industry itself, but all of them need HR. You can become a human resources information systems technologist and be able to work with all of those systems. That's just one example of how technology is used across industries and across businesses. So I already asked the question about whether or not you're an SME. But one of the things you want to do if you're interested in moving over into the tech side, you got to learn the basics. It's one thing to be able to click and know how to click and click your mouse and go from here to there. That's some basic work, knowing how to do that. But you need to learn the basics of IT. So in my experience, I learned, like I said, on my own, and got that information from studying and going to the library. I know most people, young people, don't know probably what that is anymore because they can go to Google and find the answer. But one of the things that we can do now, we can get a Google IT certification. You can get that for free. And you can go online and it explains how a computer works. It explains networks. It explains hardware. You can get a certification in that. You can learn about operating systems. You can be certified in operating systems. You can get certified in different programs and applications. For example, I was certified in a system called Epic, and it's delivered by Epic Systems. And hospitals use it as electronic medical record or electronic health record. So certifications are important. So if you ask me, Lori, should I get a certification? I say yes. I say yes, get your certification because it adds credence to the knowledge that you've picked up along the way. That's one of the reasons why I went back to school, because I had knowledge, but I didn't have a certification or degree to make it seem like I knew anything. So no one would take me without either. So I do recommend that you get your certifications along the way. You can get certifications in networking and cloud, and healthcare, as I mentioned, and data. There's so many things. You can get certified in cybersecurity. You can get certified in so many things. And YouTube is your friend. YouTube has many, 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 many tutorials on many aspects of technology online. You should definitely take advantage of YouTube University. And as I go to my next page here, it's not cooperating. And there are other items. Coursera, they have low-cost certificates. LinkedIn Learning, they have free certificates. There are Google certificates, Microsoft Office 365, as I've already mentioned. CompTIA is one as well. They show you the foundations of the systems that they're involved in, and it's great for you to learn that. So, Lori, after you telling me all this information about how to train, get trained, understand information about technology, how do I get a job? Getting a job in tech can be challenging. I won't lie about that. It can be a very challenging thing, but what you have to do a couple of things. In order to get a leg up, you want to join a group or an association. That's what you want to do. You want to join a group or association. It shows that you're interested. It shows that you are committed to the role. You're committed to the role, and you're interested in working in that particular career path. There are career paths offered by a lot of these associations to help you along the way in your career, and that's what you want to be able to find. You also want a network. I can't say that strongly enough. You want to attend events, and you want to network. You definitely want to be a networker. You want to show up all the time, and I don't want to say be in their face, but you want to be there with your resume, and you want to be there. You want to be able to carry on conversation. You want to be able to be a subject matter expert in what you've just learned. That's what you want to do. For example, if I was in cybersecurity, I would join the Information Systems and Security Association. Why? Because it's information systems and security. I want them to know me. I want them to know who I am. I want them to know that I'm looking. There are also other things that you can do. You can go to a lot of the job boards. There's job boards in LinkedIn. There's job boards, ZipRecruiter, Indeed, Monster, and even CareerLink. There are a lot of different job markets and job posting areas where you can look for work. But what you have to do, you have to flood applications, flood the companies with your applications so that they know that you're interested. So there are a lot of times people put in hundreds of resumes and they don't get a response back. That doesn't mean that you can't do the same thing. You may get a response back. You also want to consider going out on your own and being a freelancer. You want to learn how to be a freelancer? Go ahead and check out YouTube University. I am done with my presentation. I hope that it was helpful to you. And I really do hope that if you have any questions about anything that I covered, you can contact me at info2, that's I, N as in Nancy, F as in Frank, O2, at blackwomenintech.com. Thank you, Gloria. Gloria, you're on mute.
I'm off mute now. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing this amazing, wonderful information that is so needed in today's time. And just one question that I have when it pertains to your nonprofit. So does your nonprofit offer any training?
We don't offer training, but we are like a broker. We will forward you to where you can get the appropriate training.
Okay. Good to know. And can you and thank you once again for coming on to the Black Business Network to share this information. And just one more time, share how people can get in touch with you.
You can get in touch with me by going to info2 at blackwomenintech.com.
And okay, is there an email address?
That is the email address.
That is. Okay, I'm just a little bit slow here.
That's okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Lori, for being on the show. And we look forward to hearing more from you. And
thank you so much.
Thank you. So genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
So yes, so the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. So this expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below or shortly, and that will be $BBX USA, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. So we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022, and they are NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Riche Ignites, Business Group Network, Stock vs. Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Tech Nicole Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprises LLC, Genius is Common, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and we will see you, I will see you on the other side.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
There is no one solution to dismantling racism. There's no one solution to decentering whiteness or supremacy. I am Merrill Holloway, and I'm the Executive Director of NC100. NC100 is based in the Central Piedmont region of Rockingham County, North Carolina. We are located centrally in the state, and we are connected to local leaders, but we are also connected statewide. We are connected to people who believe in community organizing, and that is a way to help build a better North Carolina.
So everybody knows about the Tulsa, Oklahomas and the Durham, North Carolinas, and the rich history of Black economic development and all those things, and the race riots in Wilmington. But, you know, in a rural community like Reedsville, where I grew up here in Rockingham County, there was this rich, thriving community where there was economic prosperity and all of this wonderful economic freedom, where people felt engaged, and there was a civic engagement because people had had this inclusion piece, and it seemed like it disappeared overnight. Racial justice work can't be divided from economic justice work. I am standing in front of Mechanic and Farmers Bank on the very famous Parish Street. I personally have been involved in Black economic development work here in Durham, and I believe that is this type of work and the type of relationships that I've been able to form here in the Triangle that's going to benefit Rockingham County and other places.
From Dope to Hope, Each One Teach One Lawn Service. Michael Harris. So I came out here to provide our service of our landscaping business to the teen center, and with the NC 100, partner with them to get back into the community of Rockingham County, helping young men to be fishermen, not to give them a fish and then they can just eat that day, but give them the skills of how to fish and they can provide for their family for the rest of their life. So that's what my skills that we have to provide from Each One Teach One, and from Dope to Hope is to provide tools to our youth to keep them out the streets, to keep them out of trouble and to point them in the right direction, that they don't have to go down the road that I went down for doing a little time, but that didn't define or dictate who I was. I used that to motivate me to create my own vision and dreams, and that's running a landscaping business and a nonprofit from Dope to Hope, where I mentor young men from all age groups. I coach Little League football for the Reeves Bulldogs, and I play semi-pro football, so I'm very active in the community.
It's Fran Harris, founder of Electra Sports Beverages. So excited that you are joining me right now for this live broadcast where I am finally launching my sports beverage. Now, Electra is a better for you functional beverage company that other things will come after in a few years. But right now we are launching one of the best, better for you, in fact, best for you sports drinks on the planet. Now, a lot of people will say, why would you start a beverage company when you've got other competitors, huge competitors in the marketplace in this space? Well, it's a $23 billion industry. Sports drinks, $23 billion opportunity. That means there's room to play. The reality is, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm very proud of Electra. Very proud of what Electra stands for. I'm very proud of this nutritional panel back here because we didn't miss a beat. We knew that consumers were looking for better taste, higher functionality, lower sugar, fewer calories. We knew that. And I am so proud of what we have put in this bottle. It's something that you can give your kids. It's something that you can drink yourself, whether you're an elite athlete or an everyday hustler. We put some great stuff in this bottle, and I want to invite you to join me on this journey for this big online launch party. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to play. I'm going to get in where I fit in. I'm going to find my niche and make sure that we develop and produce products that are absolutely amazing that our customers want. So I wanted to introduce you to Electra here. So we got 3 flavors. You've got Passion Punch, you got Oh Yeah Orange, and you got Liddy Lemonade. And so whatever your pleasure is, if you like the punch taste, if you like the orange taste, if you like the Liddy Lemonade, then you can have your pleasure, all right? But I want you to get in on this because we're doing something special with Electra right now. We're launching it first time out of the gate. That means that you can get it right now at a very special price if you participate in my Indiegogo campaign. Now let's talk about what an Indiegogo campaign is. This is not a fundraiser. This is an opportunity to generate some buzz and some fun around the launch of a brand new product. And you get the opportunity to get things like t-shirts, come to some private events. It's an opportunity for you to be a part of something bigger than all of us, right? Imagine if you had been there when that other sports drink had started 50 years ago. Imagine what it would have felt like to be a part of what you knew was going to be history. That's what I'm offering you the opportunity to do right now, is to be a part of Electra's launch to the public. Now, Electra will be available online, so you'll be able to go to our website and our store and buy Electra, but you won't be able to get access to some of the prizes that you're going to get access to by participating in this campaign. And there are many, many levels that you can get involved in. You can get involved at a very low level where you just want to be a supporter. You can get involved at a different level where you get a t-shirt and a cap. You can get involved in a different level where you can come to a VIP event with me, hang out with me and my team. Either way, get in where you fit in and just become a part of this historic launch. There should be a button on this page right now. All you need to do, click that button, and then you can learn all about the different ways that you can be involved in this particular launch campaign. All right, click the button right now. I appreciate your support so much, and I will see you on the other side.
Hello, my name is Rochelle. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is comedy. I have been hard at work, and my genius since the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my Genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it is very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshell, the little icing dude, and my genius is coming.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gloria Henderson. I am a certified massage therapist, the owner of Soulful Journey. I'm a life coach. I'm an international author and the founder of I Am Enough Retreat, a nonprofit organization. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business networking showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Renata Brown. Renata Brown, award-winning CEO of Dreamspire TV and Dreamspire Publications. Renata Brown's zeal for the arts and motivational speaking comes from being an artist. She is the publisher of 3 online magazines, Dreamspire TV magazine, and an arts and entertainment magazine, and m-spire.com, which highlights entrepreneurs. Dreamspire books for authors and motivators. The publication has covered such events as the Stellar Award, the Black Music Honors, and the NAACP Awards. She founded and executive produced the GANSPA Award, which stands for Gifted Artist Neo Soul and Poetry Award, from 2013 to 2017. Renata is an accomplished songstress, poet, and speaker who began writing poetry at 8 years old. At the heart of me, she says, I am creative. Renata is featured in several anthologies and has appeared on numerous radio and television talk shows. She is self-published. She self-published Simple Life is a Poem in 2010. And nearly a decade later, her second release, Things I Learned While Packing, is getting 5-star reviews. In her own words, artistry is not a hobby for me. And I would like to welcome Renata Brown to the stage. Welcome, Renata.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right off the bat, life happens. Life is happening right now. So if you hear a random 7 or 8 year old, don't even worry about it. We're gonna work it out, okay?
Well, thank you. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Yes, I'm just going to say genius is coming, and I am so happy to be here today. I'm happy to be a part of Genius is Common. I've been a part of them for almost 8 years. In fact, if you go to their homepage, you'll see the video that I created for them on the homepage. And I've had the privilege of interviewing over 100 people for Genius is Common and what I do in the media. So you heard my bio, and we have 3 platforms, and our platforms, when it all boils down to it, is putting people on the biggest stages that we can muster. And as our platforms continue to grow, so do our stages. And one day, who knows, we'll be broadcasting from Dreamspire TV, the Black Business Olympics. I'm going to put that out in the ether to make that happen. So I'm going to talk to you today about, and just to say, we just having a little chat. I just want you to imagine that we're sitting down as 2 business people, or maybe 100 or 2, or 1,000 or 2, or as this has many, many hits, 1 million or 2 people. But I just want to chat with you. I just want to share with you a little bit of my journey about collaboration and working with others, because truly, when we're born, that's probably about the last time we're ever going to do something 100% or on our own. And guess what? If truth be told, in almost 100% of the cases, we're not even born alone. We get some help coming out into the world. So as business owners, it is so imperative that we learn how to play nice in the sandbox with each other, and that we understand that there are different types of collaboration, and there are different things that you need in each stage of your business, that you will have to look outside of yourself. So after you decide, okay, I'm going to be a business owner, and one thing that we try to do is take on everything by ourselves. And we all know the African proverbs. You can probably say it with me. If you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, go with others. So what does that mean? Because you're like, who are these others? Where are they going to come from? And how am I going to get them to collaborate with me? And those are the questions that I'm going to try to help you answer. So I'm going to do that first by giving you a more in-depth history of who I am and how I have the network that I have. So I am, at the heart of me, an artist and a creative. And through that process, I've done various things in the arts, and I have done various things through writing. And one of the things that I did, oh gosh, it's been about 10 years ago, is I decided I would start a network for those that are artists and those that are authors. And we had a platform and we did it for free. And we had over 100 people that were a part of our platform at one time. Actually, it grew to about 150 businesses and authors that were a part of our free platform. And then we went on to showcase others. And so with having that many people involved in my platform, I learned and I talked to all kinds of people in their business journey, whether they were just starting out, whether they have been in for a long time. But one thing I learned in that is that you have to really let people know the value of what you're offering them, because I was offering it for free and I thought, oh, everybody's going to sign up. Everyone's going to be a part of it. Everyone's going to be excited. But I had to learn that if people don't first understand the value that you're bringing into the equation, then it's a little harder for them to sign on to the proposition. So one thing, right out the gate, when you're looking to collaborate, you not only know what your value is, but it's letting people know, hey, this is valuable. This is how this will help you. This is how we working together is going to bring something beautiful or something advantageous or something financially beneficial to us. So the first thing we have to do is establish. I'm going to fix my light a little bit because I feel like I'm sitting in the dark here. I hope that's better now. I think you can see me a little better. So the first thing is establishing that value. And you have to understand your own value proposition. I work with a lot of authors. I work in one of our platforms, Dreamspire Books. We have an online bookstore, and we have over 200 books in our bookstore. And we also have a streaming show, and we've interviewed over 30 authors. And working with that many authors, one thing I really learned is to get all those people into our bookstore, that again, we have to establish value in having them become a part of what we're doing and let them know, okay, by being on here, this is what this will do. And even with the Black Olympics, the main thing is to get people to understand, okay, this is a value proposition. Now, how do you do that? And it's not always just spitting out, okay, you'll do this and setting out the statistics, but you really have to touch the core of people for them to understand that it's a two-way street for that value proposition. Now, one of the things that I do is I work in the entertainment industry, and we've had an opportunity to interview a lot of people. Some names I'm sure you'll probably know, like Tamla Mann and Dr. Matthew Knowles and Steve Harris from The Practice and the Tyler Perry movies, and we can go on and on. And we started our first publication, a magazine, and we'll be 5 years old in April. And when I first started with the magazine, people used to ask me, the first time I heard it, I want to tell you, I was offended. I was truly offended when they asked me, are you just putting these people up here? How do you know these people? And I heard it maybe about 3 or 4 times. And then that let me know that I was doing something wrong, because I could have got a chip on my shoulder and just had an attitude and say, of course I know these people. Why wouldn't you think? But when you are in business, you have to look at how you perceived, and that's all a part of building value to a value proposition. So you might have to turn around and look and say, hey, this is not my perception of what I'm doing and what I'm really doing may not equal up. So you wonder why people might have questions about you. You have to make it very clear that what you're doing is what you say that you are doing. And that is a part of setting that foundation of why would people want to work with you? Why would people want to be a part of your organization? Why would people want to collaborate with you? And a part of that is setting your foundation of who you are and what you do. And so I went on after I heard this about the 5 times. I had to look, why are people thinking that? And so back in those days, we were working with radio personalities, and we came across Sasha the Diva, and we interviewed her, and we sent her the questions. And instead of sending us a written questionnaire back, and this was before we were on StreamYard and YouTube and all of that. It was good old fashioned. You write in the questions and we write them back and put them in our written publication. But she sent me back an MP3, and I was like, this is great. And what I did, I played the MP3 for the audio of the interview. And it let people know, hey, this was a two-way street. So if you're not getting the collaborations you want, don't just say, okay, this is what I do, this is who we are, and I'm going to stand flat-footed in there, and I'm not open to changes. If you're working with somebody, you're going to have to avail yourself to how you are perceived. And if it's not the perception you want, I'm not saying go off your mark or compromise your values. That's not what I'm saying, but be able to objectively look back and see, hey, what am I doing that I can do better? What am I doing that I can change the perception of how that I'm seen? And if I can make those adjustments. So when Sasha sent in the MP3, then I was like, wow, light bulb came on. So then we went to taping interviews, of course, with permission on the phone, so people could hear both sides of the conversation. And then after that, we went on to the streaming interviews and the live red carpets and the long form interviews, and it kind of just grew from there. But if I wouldn't have been open to listening to what other people said and having them put their input, then I would have probably just been in my feelings and never really progressed to the next level. So collaboration, one of the hardest things for us to do, because it's our baby, we birthed it. I have a club on Clubhouse. It's called the Authors Lounge, and we've been meeting for over a year and a half. We took a break, but we came back. We strong. We have about 3,400 members, so not really a huge club, but a decent club. But we meet, and we have a working title of the room that's kind of stuck, said you gave birth to the book. Now you have to raise it. And with that is that sometimes when you give birth to something, that's just the beginning process. That is just the beginning. So now you're out here and you have this business, and this business has its feet on it. Now, how do you grow? And I think everybody reaches a time in their business where you're going to either grow or die, because nothing stays the same. You're going to either move forward or you're going to move backwards. And it comes a time in each business where you are going to have to call in the troops. You're going to have to call in people to help you with that business. And I don't mean by hiring a team. Yes, that's good, because you have to learn how to hire a team or have people on your team, whether it's volunteers or investors or people that interning with you. So yes, you're going to have a team, but in order to move forward, all businesses do have to at some point or another collaborate and have good counsel behind them as they move forward in that. I've had a chance to be a part of a fundraising team for a big project and working with that, I got a crash course in how money works and how collaborations work behind the scene, and all about seed money and angel investment and all of that. And those are some things that as business owners, we have to look at. Do you need a financial collaboration? And I'm sure if you're out there, you probably all, yeah, we can all use that. Well, how to get that money? That's not my total area of expertise, but I can tell you it starts by reaching out after you get your foundation set and really know who you are to get into that thing. So when I talk, I'm talking about my experience, and I'm talking about the things that I have learned along the way. Definitely, I have a new book that's coming out, and it's called Things I Learned on the Way to the Bank. And it is not ending with a 7 or 8 figure check. It is a journey of the things that I have learned along the way. And one of the things I've learned is how to be part of what other people are doing, how to bring people in. People ask me all the time, Renata, how do you know all the people that you know? I'll tell you this quick story. So one week, I was literally introduced to 3 people I already knew, because I am in a lot of spaces. So when you are collaborating, do not limit yourself to us 4 and no more. I know a couple years ago, and sometimes it's still said on the internet and social media, oh, I'm not accepting any new friends. I'm not accepting any people in my circle. Well, you're not going to grow. You are not going to expand your network if you keep that whole us 4 and no more attitude. You're going to find yourself in the same predicament. I wrote something on Facebook last week. It was that you're not running from your destiny, you're running from your purpose. So if you keep just going after things that like, okay, it's just me, it's just my circle, we're not going to move any further, then you're never going to walk into your purpose for there. So one of the things that you absolutely have to do is be willing to get out there, be willing to expand your circle. So I really did give a chuckle when I was introduced that week to 3 people I already knew. So one of the biggest things that you have to do is get out there. Get out there. Be purposeful in getting out there, whether it's participating in forums like this, whether it's being a leader on apps like Clubhouse, establish yourself, whether it's doing the dreaded posting. Now that outdoors is open, get out there, mix, mingle, and get to know people. Get to know people. So when I'm talking to you, I'm not going to give you any probably aha moments, but sometimes we just need to really get back to the basis of collaborating and to being a part of things. And a lot of times we use networking. Okay, I'm a good networker. Are you a good networker? What are the fruits of your networking? Are you known by people? That's good. But how many people have you connected with? Do you have tools in place to further that connection? So I have been on Clubhouse since December 2020. So I came in with the invitation only wave, and a lot of, if those of you who have been on Clubhouse and since those days, you know that it has changed. But one thing hasn't changed is those who want to be seen and those who want to be heard are the people that have to step up. And once you step up, it's not just about getting your voice out there, but it's about taking that next step. I have a lot of people that are in my inbox, and one thing that drives me absolutely bonkers is when someone gets in my inbox and they say hi. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to say about that. When you want to network, when you want to collaborate, have something in place so that you can take that next step. Hi is not the next step. if I come into your inbox, then it's going to be deliberate. Have something that is written out that sounds genuine, but yet gets your point across. Have a point of access, have a way to people to get to you. And let me tell you something, email is kind of played out. I get so many people saying, oh, well, here's my email address so that I can add you with the other 5,000 emails that I get a week. No, you want to have a way for people to contact you, to talk with you. And these days we have so many different mechanisms, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's Zoom, not my personal favorite, whether it's Calendly, Telegraph. There are so many different ways that you can take that relationship beyond, I saw you, I like what you said, and then that ends it. So one of my personal hacks that I really love is the app Calendly. And so, oh, okay, well, that's pretty basic. You capture the information, set up your Calendly so that phone numbers are mandatory, emails are already mandatory. I also put in a section where people tell me what their business is. Because guess what? I talk to a whole heap of a lot of people all the time. And honestly, I'm not going to remember every detail or even sometimes the industry, but set up however you capture the information, set it up that when you pull down that information, that you're going to have the basics that you need. You're going to have that email, you're going to have that phone number, but you're also going to have the reason of the call, the industry that they're in, and you can make those fields mandatory. So when I pull the data from Calendly, and that's why I like Calendly too, because you can pull a CVS file and put it into, upload it, whether it's your MailChimp, your Wix mailing, wherever you do your mass mailing. And so you already are able to have that information that you need to come down to you in the way that you need it. And it really makes it a lot. And because it's integrated with my calendar, I'll look, because sometimes you may talk to people, and that's another thing I just want to touch on. Just because people don't want to collaborate with you up front, beware, don't despair. Excuse me. I might have to go get some water. Don't worry if people do not want to collaborate with you right up front. I've had people that come back to me 3 years later. I've had people that have come back to me months later, and we have worked on projects. So collaboration is not all the time an immediate thing, but keep that same energy. Keep that same energy that you have when you have that initial conversation, and really go with it looking like not what's in it for me, not what I'm going to get out of it, but genuinely get to know the people, genuinely get to know what drives them, because there might be an intersection coming down. I'm putting my glasses on because I see some words over here on the side. Okay. But definitely don't dare if you don't collaborate on the first go, and don't be in despair if things don't go the way that you had envisioned them to go. And in collaboration, sometimes we get in collaborations, and if they're not working, guess what? Go ahead and remove yourself from that collaboration. And every collaboration that doesn't work does not have to end on a bad note. You can go your way very amicably and just move on, because sometimes people are just a fit for that right now, but they're not a fit for that later. So in going over what we covered this far, first of all, get your ducks in a row and really think about why what it is that I need from this collaboration, and what kind of collaboration am I looking for? Because if you know what you're looking for, of course, it's going to be easier to follow. And then always, always get out there. Get out there. Get to know people. Get the way you get your name mentioned in rooms that you are no longer present in is by people knowing you. If they don't know you, they can't mention your name. If they don't know you, they can't speak well of you. So if you are thinking you're going to sit behind the computer or sit in the audience or not participate and get a collaboration, that's not how it works. This is an old cliche of men on the golf course, but it's a lot to be said from getting to know people in different settings and getting to know people by getting out there. I belong to a group on Clubhouse. I'm spending a lot of my time there these days. And we had a chance to meet in person in Atlanta. And it was a beautiful thing because that deepened the relationship that I had because I was out there. And not only did I just come, but I came prepared. I came with some of my books. And so I actually sold a couple of books there. I met some people that I hadn't met before. And now they know me, and they were kidding. They said, well, Renata, you're the one that was jumping around because our party, we went for brunch, but we got split up. And so I was the one that was from table to table, just talking to people. So get out there, put on that personality. And believe it or not, I'm not a very outgoing person, just left to my own devices. I'm pretty much a homebody, but I recognize that I have to get out there and that I have to make those connections. And one thing, do not limit yourself when it comes in. You might hear life happening behind me, 7-year-old, but don't limit yourself. Absolutely don't limit yourself of who you can connect. So I'm going to tell you, it's story time again. So I love LinkedIn. And if you're not on LinkedIn, what are you doing, as I said, with your life? So definitely, if you're not on LinkedIn and you don't know how to navigate on LinkedIn I love because it's one of those spaces where initially people are there for business. So that's what the platform was set up for. Now it is changing a little bit. It's getting a little social and a little political, and that's okay. But primarily people are there to do business. So don't just be on there building up your numbers, but actually reach out to people. And reach out to people with a genuine heart and be very specific of who you have in your network. Make sure that they are people that are going the same direction that you're going. So a couple of years ago, I had a good friend of mine say to me, Renata, you have to get serious about LinkedIn. And I was like, I'm an artist. And when I was in corporate, I had 2 LinkedIns because my art friends and my business friends they just really didn't mix. But now that I've been out of corporate, I'm able to have one LinkedIn, but I'm very particular about who I accept in my network. I have over 7,600 connections, but they're super intentional. I literally read every connection that comes my way. And I also, when I send out a connection, I'm very deliberate in that. And because of that, I have people that I'm connected with that I'm like, how did that even happen? And one of them is like the mayor of Atlanta. I'm like, how did that happen? And I could just name many, many people that this happened. But one happened to me was a couple of years back, I got a suggestion on my LinkedIn, and really look into LinkedIn, because the algorithm will be driven by the people in your network. So if you don't have people in your network that you think you can go to the next level with, then the algorithm is not going to send you those people. So that's why it's important to be very deliberate on LinkedIn of who you connect with and who you don't connect with. And now that they have the follow feature, people can follow you, so you don't necessarily have to connect with them. But I like to connect with people. And if you want to get away from following, that's the default. Just click down, I believe where it says more or something like that, and it will give you the option to connect. Always choose the option to connect and not to follow, because if you just following them, then you can't send an email and all of that good stuff. So anyway, I got a connection request. Okay, I hear somebody on the screen.
Yes. I'm back.
Okay.
You wanted to finish that sentence up, because we are right at the end.
Okay, that was a quick 40 minutes.
It was. Well, I received a lot of nuggets that you shared. You shared so much, Renata, and just say thank you. I like that play nice in the sandbox, because that's what we need to do, especially as business owners. So you had some very valuable information, nuggets that you shared. When you give birth to the book or give birth to the idea, you have to raise it. You've got to nurture it. You have to change the diaper and feed it. You have to take care of the baby. And so I'm always reminded myself of that when it comes to my nonprofit. It's my baby. I have to nurture.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to finish this up. So with the LinkedIn, one of the suggestions that I got that came into my box was Dr. Matthew Knowles. And I'm like, that name sounds kind of familiar. And so then I thought, that's Beyonce's father. And it was a suggestion. I sent out the connection. We connected. And this is my last point I want to make about collaboration. I sent him a request to be interviewed on my television platform. And I didn't hear from him, but I was happy. I'm like, we're connected. That's good. When I tell you, it was a whole year later when I got an inbox asking me, did I still want to interview Dr. Knowles? And of course, the answer was heck yeah. And so now if you go to our platform, you'll see that wonderful interview on our Roku channel, Dreamspire TV, shameless plug. You can see that amazing interview that we have. So in collaboration and finishing up, that don't worry about if it doesn't happen right away. Keep that same energy, and you never know when it will come back to you in an amazing, awesome way.
Well, thank you again. And so would you like to provide your contact information?
Yes. So you can, we have 3 websites, but if you go to Dream, like you're having a dream, Spire, SPIRE TV.com. So dreamspiretv.com. First of all, you'll see all our entertainment interviews. But if you go down to the bottom in the footer where it says connect with our other platforms, you can connect with all our brands. We got some amazing things going on, and we definitely want you to be a part of what we have going on for sure.
Well, thank you so much again, Renata, for all the information, gems that you shared with us. And just want to say genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So what amazing speakers we've had during my segment here. So I want to say that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use Cash App $BBXUSA.com. $BBXUSA.com. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Now, students, you can go register online as well at www.blackbusinessexpo blackbusinessusa.com. So every dollar counts, and we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022. NC 100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth, Empowerment, Motivation, Support LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Richer Ignites, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Tech Nicole Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprise LLC, Genius is Common, and the Black Business Expo USA. Once again, it's been a pleasure. Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.